Hello everyone. Happy Sunday everybody. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. I hope you all are doing very well, and as always I hope you're doing better than me, that your week has been a great one and also your weekend has been a good one too. Welcome everybody, welcome back to the Chilled Sunday. Thank you so much for joining. It's not exactly a rainy Sunday over here where I live, but it is raining right now. very lightly. It is actually really pleasant. Little disclaimer, however, as you probably might recall from past times, usually when it rains here where I live, sometimes either my power goes out or my internet or both. So if the stream suddenly goes offline, wait around for a couple minutes, hopefully it should come back, but if it doesn't, then rest assured, either my power or internet went down for good. Regardless, hopefully this is going to be a very nice Stewart Sunday with no issues at all. Anyway, thank you so much for joining, everybody. So, let's resume works on this very overdue commission, which I'm actually getting very close to finishing, finally. But I'm not quite there yet. So let me see here, what have I done last time and what am I supposed to do now? I see I left myself a note. Brush for borders of paw prints. Alright, let's go ahead and switch to that because I did have to use Photoshop earlier this week and I did change brushes. So let's find 250 rough skin. I think it was somewhere around down here, right? Yeah, I believe it was this one here. Yep, it's this one. So, rough skin, I don't remember the size I had for the brush. I think it was size 20. I should have probably taken note of that. In any case. So I think I was actually just working on the paw prints. So I gotta continue. The ones that I have visible right now, have I done this effect on them yet? I don't think I have. By the way, today we have Silvertrot keeping us company on the screen and getting in the way of everything that I have to click on. I love him. Just to recap, let me check. Right front paw prints. Yeah, that does have the effect. Okay, so next is going to be the left front paw prints. Very well, so let's begin with that. Let's begin by hiding this big dragoness. If I can find her layers. There. Why is all of this expanded? I don't think this should be expanded right now. Not for what I am doing anyway. Alright, let's begin. Oh, wait. I forgot I gotta first isolate the sections of the paw prints. Otherwise I'm gonna end up applying this effect to other parts, like the toes here. And, well, it's just not really going to work out. Was I using size 20? Hi, God. Did you hear the thunder? It's lovely. Hey, Riptane, happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Welcome. I really don't remember if I was using size 15 or 20. I think it was 20. That was a thunder. That was God saying, hello Mike, I am here. Have a good Sunday. You and your audience. Frankly, I really like this weather. It's lovely. I don't think I would really like to live in the UK, but something tells me I would like the weather. And yeah. Thing is, I like the rain. I like when it rains, I like rainy weather. I just don't like to get wet in the rain. That's the thing. Just like I really like the cold, you know, cold weather. I like the cold, but I don't like to feel cold. But in regards to hot weather, no, screw it. I hate it. I don't like hot weather at all. It sucks. Okay, let me take a look at this. Yeah, that is fine. I'm gonna keep it this way. Today was the first day I had to put on my light jacket on. How cold was it? Did it finally get down below the 155 below zero? Excuse me. How cold was it? Because I recall you telling me you usually only feel the need to put the jacket like when it's as cold as something around zero. Which frankly to me it's rather baffling, but then again, I do live in a place where the average temperature is usually much higher than where you live. So my body feels cold much sooner than yours. But currently I have 6. Wow, that is very cold for me. I'm actually usually shivering around 15 to 20 to 10. I can easily shiver in those lower temperatures. Though to be fair, it's not necessarily because I actually feel very cold around those temperatures, but it's because of my feet. If you guys remember, I had thrombosis a few years back, and one of the, let's say, side effects, I don't have that anymore, but I have been left with a few, let's say scars. Scars not the term, but let's say scars. Is the fact that my feet, they do not, for some reason, they do not warm up. They don't retain any heat. So even if I am wearing like, what, 4 socks on each foot, 4 thick socks, they still get really cold, but like actually cold to the touch. If I am to put my hand on my feet, I actually feel my feet cold, like they are emanating cold. It's like I had just taken them out of the fridge. It's awful. The end result is that even if I am wearing very warm clothes, I still feel very cold. And all because of my feet. I hate that. I still love the cold weather, despite of this little issue. But it does cause me a lot of discomfort. This is very awful. But yeah, other than that, I'm perfectly fine with the cold weather. And temperatures that though. I just don't like to take a shower in the cold. That I hate. That I don't like. IT issued Die Heights thrombosis socks. You joke, but I actually do need to wear compression socks. No, that's not what they call it. Stockings. Compression stockings. I do need to wear them. Because one of the issues that I was left with after I had thrombosis was, I think the term is reflux. Because what thrombosis did is it damaged some of the valves in the veins and some arteries, I believe too, in my legs. So when my heart pumps the blood back out of the legs, some of that still goes back. Like, you know when you are drinking something with a straw and you finish sucking like a soda or juice, and the leftovers in the straw, they fall back into the glass. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that. That is basically what happens with blood and other liquids in the veins and arteries in my, actually just the veins in my legs. So what happens with that is that liquids start to accumulate, which may cause severe swelling over time on my legs, and that causes discomfort, some pain. So I have to wear compression stockings to avoid that. That plus sleep with my feet above heart level, and of course a few other things that I have to take care of. Like, I'm not supposed to carry heavy weights or do too much physical strength. Like, if I need to push a car, for example, car breaks down and I need to push it, that is something that I should avoid doing. But yeah, it sucks. But it is what it is. This here is fine, but it can be better. By the way, this playlist is playing the exact same songs for the past 2 or 3 Chill Art Sundays. Let's move to another area of this playlist. Oh, hang on a second, I need to close my window. Let's put this here to play, and let me close my window because it's starting to rain inside. Hold on, stop, you are wetting everything. There. No, actually, yeah, that way I can still have some fresh air coming to the room. The only problem is that it is now much darker, so turn on the light. Okay, let me make myself comfortable again. Excuse me. Now let's see, where was I? Right, I was going to redo the effect in this one here. Can you hear the rain knocking on my window? I really like that. No, I am messing this up. Let me start over. There, I think this is getting better. There, that'll do. Let's save. And what do I always say about saving? Always save your progress frequently. Progress frequently, because you never know when something might go wrong and you might lose your stuff. The fudge did I just do here? Cancel that. Oh, I pressed Control L instead of just L for the lasso tool. That's what I did. You know what, for these here, I think I should use a smaller brush on the eraser. Let's drop it to size 10. That seems fine. That will do. Hopefully today I am not going to be spending as much time on these paw prints as I did last Sunday. There's still quite a bunch of these to apply this effect to, but each one of the of the sets of paw prints left to work on, each one of them has fewer paw prints than the first one that I worked on last Sunday. So maybe, hopefully this should go faster. In theory, I don't know. I just hope it will, because I do want to move on and work on other areas. Silver, you are in the way, my guy. Go over there. Because I do want to work on other areas. Shut up, Photoshop. I do want to work on other areas of this commission today, not just these paw prints. Let me raise the size to 15. That hardly seems to be any difference aside from the size. I mean, the effect is there, but kind of barely. Now, let me do this again. You will hear that a lot today. Yeah, that's better. I'll keep it. See, this set of pop rings only has 3 of them. The first one that I worked on last Sunday had 5. I spent almost the entire show last Sunday working on just that one set. Granted, I did spend like about an hour searching for the brush I needed. But the rest of the show, which was like roughly around 2 hours, 2 hours and a half more or less, that was spent on just the paw prints of that first set. Ah, wait, I am using the wrong size. Set this back to 20. But yeah, hopefully today I'm not gonna be spending as much time on the paw prints, on just the paw prints. Let's see that. That's not bad, but I feel like it could be a little better. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to add to what I already have here. Particularly on the top edge. I wonder. Let me switch to the brush tool. I'm going to experiment with something here real quick. Here, rough skin, 250. Drop it to 20. And let me sample the original color. Oh, did I hide the color set for the paw prints? Yes, I did. And I think that there is the color that I am using. I am using the wrong brush. Hold on. This is not rough skin. This is rough skin. Yeah, there we go. See how different the brush is? Nah, my idea is not gonna work out. Never mind. Oh, this one is starting to look very good right off the bat. I like it. Yeah, that will do. Now this one. Another reason why I had to spend so much time on the first set of paw prints last Sunday was because I had to basically relearn how to do this effect. So I think I was also going a little slower on that one. But now I almost kind of know what I am doing. So that should help go faster. Or less slow. If that makes any sense. Oh hey, I think the rain has stopped knocking on my window. I'll finish this and open my window again. Because I do want some fresh air from the rain outside to come inside. What? Whatever. You get what I mean. Anyway, let me open the window. And before I open the window and rain decides to pick up again and get in through the window, forcing me to get up yet again to close the window yet again one more time. Hopefully not, but it's very likely. Knowing my luck, that is likely what is going to happen. Ow, I hit my elbow. Alright. Let's keep going. Well, now that I open my window again, I don't need my light to be on. Let's save some power. Much better. Look at that. This has started to look so good. You also love it when randos from a community server you're in and they just joined, add you on Discord. You have no idea how frequently that would happen when I was a game moderator. When I was part of the staff of Truckers MP. I'm gonna say it that way because I had different ranks throughout my almost 7 years in that community. You become a staff member on Truckers MP, suddenly everyone wants to be your friend. Everyone literally is like, "Hi admin, I love you! Admin, photo please!" And you get lots of people adding you. And then you ban them because they broke the rules and they immediately go like, "I hate you! I hope you die!" Ah. That was the Truckers MP moderator experience in a nutshell, basically. Dude, I'm in a mod for Warall and normally I know that crap, been there, done that. Yeah, exactly! I cite the Truckers MP because that is my most recent experience, but that basically applies to every kind of moderation job. I wish I had been paid to work on that, to be honest. But anyway, which is of course not to say that I haven't been a moderator in another community before that. I have plenty of experience with that stuff. And yeah, I actually now that you mention it, I still have many friend invitations still pending on my Steam and Discord from my time on Truckers MP. They all have been there for a few years now, just sitting there collecting dust. But yeah, I know exactly what it's like. Okay, this one I think I should go with number 20. Oh, there's an ant biting me on the finger, in between my fingers on my hand. You stupid piece of crap. Yeah. By the way, I finally bought poison for ants. You know, that kind of poison that you drop somewhere, they get attracted to it, then they carry it to their colony, and everyone in there unlives because of the poison. I finally bought some of that. The only reason why I still haven't deployed any of that anywhere here to finally kill these annoying ants that for some reason I always have on my desk, and also my bed recently, is because I still have yet to find where exactly they are coming from, or at least where they are going by, you know, because lately I have only been finding some ants here and there, but I haven't actually found their trail, you know, and I gotta find the trail. I haven't found that yet. It's like they know, so they are intentionally hiding themselves from me, being all stealthy and crap. But I will find you, ants. I will find your stuff. Don't you worry. I don't know where you are, but I will find you and I will kill you. By the way, guys, stick around, because there is something I think I should probably tell you about. Something that may heavily impact on my stream schedules. It's actually the reason why today I almost could not do the short Sunday. I could tell you now, but I have yet to properly figure out how to say it. It's nothing serious, don't worry. Just rather bothersome. Okay, there's fine. And also, I'm still debating whether or not I actually do talk about this, because, well, it's not guaranteed it is going to happen. It's just a possibility, so yeah. Gotta figure it out if I actually do want to talk about it now, or if I just hold it back until it actually gets confirmed.
I'm sorry.
On some lighter news, I think this is just fine. On some lighter news, I was last night trying to pack up some of my dad's stuff. There's a shelf here literally in the middle of my bedroom that it was his. It's full of his stuff. There's a bunch of Bibles there, some boxes with stuff inside, and for a while now I have been trying to clear that out, I should say, to remove the shelf and make some more room. So yesterday I was trying to pack up some of that stuff, and I've always known that he has at least one Bible that is at least a century old, but I never knew how old that Bible actually is. And yesterday I found out. Can you guess how old it is? I bet you can't. It has a print date inside, and according to the print dates, are you actually going to try to guess? It doesn't count if you read my post from yesterday. It was signed by OCJC. Okay, it's not that old. Come on. Anyway, it has the print date inside of it. At least I am assuming it is the original print date. Anyway, that Bible this year in 2024 is exactly 150 years old. According to the print date inside of it, it was printed in 1874. It's a Spanish Bible. I think it's just Spanish. Could be Spanish, Portuguese. No, I actually think it's just Spanish. I wasn't paying too much attention because I was busy trying to pack up stuff. But anyway, I don't know if that is the oldest Bible he had, or if it is only one of the oldest. But there it is. I finally figured how old at least one of them really is. I always knew he had one that was older than a century, but I never knew it was that old. And here's the deal. He had many Bibles here. Many books in general, but a lot of them are Bibles. And honestly, I am never going to be reading not even half of those. So what I'll do with them is donate them to the church, so they can actually give them proper use and give them to someone who will actually value them. Not that I wouldn't, but in my case they would be just sitting on a shelf collecting dust, taking up space. So it's best if they go to someone who will actually make use of them. But anyway, that 150 years old Bible, I'm not donating that away. I am keeping that. That one plus a couple others that are very old. Plus his Hebrew Bibles. He has a couple too. Actually more than a couple. He used to study Hebrew. He knew how to read. And I believe he even speak Hebrew too. It was awesome. But yeah, I am keeping those. Especially this 150 years old. This 150 years old one. This here is right. The only problem with what I just did here is that the way I apply the effect on the bottom is how it should be on the top, and the top on the bottom. So I'm gonna have to do this again. Nearly as old as our bridges around here, right? It's very old. It's not in the greatest shape. Like the front cover is no longer attached to the book itself. But it's still there, mostly all in one piece. So yeah, I am absolutely keeping it. I don't know Spanish, so I'm never reading that one, but I am keeping it for the value it has. Not that I ever plan on selling it. I don't. Not as of now, anyway. But yeah, can you imagine 150 years old? It's even older than my grandfather would be if he was still alive today. Like, let's see, if memory serves me right, my grandfather, my father's father, he passed away in 1996, 96, I think it was, or 95. He was, or was it 97? I think it was 97 actually. He was 101 years old when he passed away. If in 97 he was 101, 1997 minus 101. Yeah, that Bible is definitely older than him. He would have been born in 1896. And that Bible was printed in 1874. How old would my grandpa be if he was still alive today? 1896, right? 128. Yeah, I wish I had met my grandparents. On my father's side of the family, that is. Because I did meet my grandparents on my mother's side, and they were pieces of crap. Awful people. But let's not talk about that. Enjoying your boombox, Silver? Well, he just spawned it again. I'm going to take that as a yes. I really need to finish that dancing and the boombox stuff animations. That is still quite unfinished. As of right now, he's not really dancing. He's just banging his head. But hey, he's enjoying himself and his boombox. That's what matters, right? Excuse me. Go. It also helps when the brush is oriented in a more adequate position, because as you might recall from last Sunday, each click I give, the brush itself, it rotates. See that? So depending on the rotation, the effect on the paw print works a little better sometimes than in some other times. Here we go. Save. Ah, this was the last one on this set. Great. So let's hide this and make back right paws visible next. And this one has 4 paw prints. Let's begin with this one here. No, not the lasso, the razor. What I am and what I've got never seem to be enough. Every day seems to repeat, and I can't get any sleep.
Seem to get ahead. Feels like I'm already
This song is so relatable. So incredibly relatable. You have no idea. Let me do this again. Oh, this is starting to look better. It's looking better. It's looking better already. Right off the bat. I like that. Oh yes, that is way better. Way, way better. No, that's not looking good. Let me try spinning the brush. No, I don't like this result. Kind of feel like for this one I should apply the effect on only one side and not really touch the other here. Yeah, I will, but lightly, because this paw print is closer to the camera, so I kind of want to keep the line there a little more defined. I'm not sure if I'm making much sense. I'm not sure I like this. Yeah, no I don't. By the way, you guys wouldn't happen to know of any company that that needs some remote worker, would you? Kind of need a job right now. No, I tell you, being unemployed sucks. But you know what sucks even more? Send dozens, if not hundreds of CVs to several different places and never get a call. I think that sucks even more. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Let me move on to this one now. One thing I was thinking of, I don't remember if it was last night or earlier today, when I was preparing for the stream. It might have been earlier today when I was preparing for the stream, not to the stream. Was to apply this effect to the edge of the snow up here. I'm not sure if that is going to work out as I have it in my mind. It might not, but I would definitely at least try to do that. Because if it actually works out as I see it, as I envision it in my head, then the end result should be very nice. So it should be worth a try. Yeah, this is not too bad, but it can be much better. Let's see, how about now? Yeah, that's better. I think I messed this one up. Kinda. See, I was talking about this last Sunday. This effect that I am applying, it is really easy to go overboard with it. Too easy, in fact. Because it may not seem like it to you, but to me, who is doing it right now, it is not really that noticeable while I am applying the effect. The effect itself, it's not really that noticeable as I do it. It only becomes more noticeable after I finish it and I undo and redo a couple times like I'm doing right now to compare. So it's very easy to exaggerate on the effect because I don't really notice I am doing it when I am doing it. Anyway, that is good. Let's move on. By the way, should I even tell you this? It's not the thing that I was talking about a little earlier that I'm thinking of whether or not I actually should tell you now or wait until it is actually more certain that it will or will not happen. This is another thing. Should I tell you? I think I will. So you guys remember a few weeks ago when I was talking about a webcam that I wanted to buy to start using Facecam on my streams, and that I was robbed about $90 in taxes from my payout on Twitch, so I could not afford the camera. I would have if I hadn't been robbed via taxes. So I've managed to get enough money to be able to afford such camera, and I found one available for sale on another website. How did I get the money? Well, I basically just sold a couple propane tanks, empty propane tanks that we had lying around in the house. So I ended up using, I had that money. And I actually went ahead and bought the camera. I don't have it yet. It's still being shipped, but it's on the way. I don't know when I'm going to start using Facecam, but once I have the camera, I'll finally be able to do it. And it actually is the camera, the one model that I wanted to buy. So yay! I just hope it is as good as it seems to be for the price. Though frankly, although technically speaking I should not have spent that money on the camera, because I do have other priorities, more important priorities I should say, I ended up buying it right away for two reasons. Number one, as my grandma used to say, according to my dad anyway, it's best to have it than not to have it. And as he explained to me, what she usually meant with that was that if there is something that you really want or you really need, and you have enough money that you can afford it, but even though you should probably not be spending that money on that thing, it's best if you actually do buy it now, if you can, than if you let the chance to do it go by, because you may not have the chance again. So I ended up buying it, since I did have enough money for that at the time. Now I'm broke again. But the other reason, and probably the biggest driving factor for deciding to do that purchase, was that I am having therapy with a psychologist remotely every week on Tuesdays, and we do it through a video call. And since I don't have a webcam, I have been having to improvise with my phone. I'm doing this on my PC, but I'm using my phone as a webcam. So I have to plug the phone to the PC, use an application on the phone, and prop the phone above the monitor. It's really clunky. It's really cumbersome. And you have no idea how many times my phone has fallen off on the desk because of how improvised all of this is. Not to mention the quality of the image is not good, because although my phone is 1080p Full HD, I cannot use its full resolution with that application because I would have to pay for the premium version of the application. I don't want to do that. And so there's that, plus the phone occasionally falling off. I always have to readjust because it falls a little bit to a side, so the image gets a little angled. It's very annoying. Sometimes it loses connection and resets the zoom. It's really annoying. So long story short, I got really tired and fed up and angry and annoyed of using my phone as a webcam. So I was like, you know what? I got this money here. I already wanted a webcam. Grandma used to say that it's best to have it than not to have it. So screw it, I'm buying it. So I bought it. I really hope I'm not going to regret it. But anyway, according to the tracking website, it should be here up to the next 16th of October. Does that mean that I am going to be using Facecam right away after I get this by next week? Well, hell no. Excuse me. As you might recall, from that stream where I spent the entire show explaining, or talking about, excuse me again, talking about ideas and some of my plans for the future of my streams. There's a bunch of stuff. Am I using... Oh my god, I'm still using number 15. Freak. There's a bunch of other things that I first need to sort out before I can actually start using Facecam on my streams. Two particular ones that should take priority should be to sort out my, let's say, background. You know, I'm not talking about having a scenario, but, you know, at least making the walls next to me here, behind me, look a little nicer, more presentable on camera, at the very least, you know. Not something as ugly as they are. I mean, they are not that ugly, but they're not pretty either. So, yeah, sort that out so it's not too bad on camera, but also sort out the lighting. The lighting that I have here on my desk is fine for me to see my keyboard and all the stuff that I may be doing on my desk, but I don't think that for a camera it is good lighting. So I need to sort that out. Though I will do some testing. I will do some testing first. And the lighting might actually be fine-ish enough for the camera, so I might skip it for a while. So I suppose the wall would actually be the top priority before I can actually start using Facecam. Plus, of course, configure, set up where the camera will go on OBS, on the overlays and stuff. But frankly, that is the least of my concerns. Honestly, it's actually the easiest thing to sort out. But yeah, point is, there are a few things that I need to figure out, to sort out, before I actually can start using the camera on stream. So, even though I should be getting it by next week, don't expect any Facecam on my streams for God knows how long. Could be a week, 2, 3, a month, 2 months, a year, a while. But yeah, it shouldn't happen immediately. Besides, I still have to work out. Well, I am very timid. I'm very shy. I gotta work out how to get myself comfortable enough to, you know, do a face review and be on camera. Besides, I still would rather have more of an average audience than what I currently have before I actually do that kind of stuff. But I'm gotta start somewhere, I guess. Somewhere, somewhen. In any case, point is, soon, TM, my streams, at least some of them, should have Facecam. I'll probably maybe not include Facecam on the Chill Art Sundays, because I like the artwork that I am working on to be the main focus on the screen, you know, to be as visible as possible, and have a camera on screen during the Chill Art Sunday. I think it would take too much space. And like, it's not that I don't already have something of that sort already set up. Actually, let me take a look here. It should be currently set to my phone, which is not plugged in for the record, but I think I already have a camera source. Oh yes, here it is. Oh no, wait, that there is for full screen. But yeah, this blue thing here, it would be for camera. Why did I set up this here in the first place? It wasn't because I was testing out web face cam with my phone. Oh, I remember. Some time ago, there was something I wanted to do on my desk. It was art related. No, I lied. I was testing out drawing on my Wii U, and I was trying to set up my phone so my phone could work as a webcam to focus on the Wii U gamepad. And my idea was to show a full screen, and that's why this is here. Yeah, that's why that is there. Yeah. Anyway, point is, it's in OBS is kind of already semi set up. Anyway, this here is done. Let me save. Guys, I will take a brief bathroom break a little earlier than what I usually do on Sundays, because I have been drinking too much water. A lot of water. I just took another sip of my water right now, just as I speak. Anyway, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Be right back.
It's just so simple, a simple song, but not so simply beautiful as you are. No, not by far. 1+1 isn't you and I, 'cause I'm just one and you catch every eye. Fluttershy, listen to the music in the sky, feel it flowing through you as you fly, softly as a whisper lullaby. Fluttershy, everybody says you don't stand out. Well, now I know that they were wrong. There's too many ways to describe you, so I'll just sing a bird song. Your way with
And I am back. By the way, I've seen a very interesting short by Thor yesterday. What short? And who's Thor? Okay, let's keep going here. This is the part that I was working on, right? Yeah, I think it is. It should be. This, and this, and this, they seem to be unfinished. If they actually are, then, well, crap. Hey, welcome back, Riptang. At the same time, I like how this one turned out now. I also don't. Not sure why. You know what? I'm going to do it again. Okay, let's see. Nah. That's still not good. I just messed up the bottom. Fudge. Could I not? You know what should help here? Do it right. Silver, stop doing magic. Help me here. I'll check that in a bit, Riptang. Yeah, I'll go with this. Do you know Gmail? I don't think that is a serious question. Shut up, Photoshop. Let's check that real quick. Change shorts to video, because shorts suck. I'm gonna pause the music. Let's see what this is.
Did you know that you can do this?
I can see where this is going.
It's ruined now, isn't it? It's ruined forever, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, it turns out that is what Steve Jobs died of. Too bad he died of Ligma. The moment he put the G after the L-I, I immediately knew where that was going. Good stuff. Excuse me. Even made me a little warm. Oh, since I was talking about start using face cam soon-ish, you know what is actually going to suck about me actually doing that? I'm gonna have to wear a shirt all the time. Why is that bad? Well, you gotta remember, it is hot in here. Most days it is very hot in here. Actually, right now I am not wearing a shirt because it's too hot. So I'm always gonna be sweating on stream. I'm gonna hate that. Hate doing streams in the summer, right? And it's usually not even that hot for you as it usually is for me here. Over here is usually more hotter. I had to let the fan run 24/7. Yeah, and one of the most annoying things about being hot is that even if you have a fan, it doesn't really help. You still feel very hot. You still sweat a lot, even if you are not wearing a shirt. And what is even worse is that even though the fan oftentimes doesn't feel like it is actually helping, if you turn it off, it gets worse. Unless your houses are built like fortresses, they isolate a lot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not really built like fortresses, but looking for the point of view that houses in Brazil are usually built out of bricks and cement. Yeah. It's not that easy to break down one of these walls. Like in some of those funny videos where a guy accidentally falls and hits his head into the wall and the wall just crumbles, makes a hole on it. Nah. If you do that here, your head caves in. But yeah. No, why America? Best I can do is paper towels. In fairness, though, since the United States, North America in general, let's say, they have proper winter, their houses need to be built to retain more warmth during the winter and keep the cold outside. Over here it is usually the opposite. One, apparently it is, I could be wrong with this, but apparently it is cheaper to build out of bricks and cement like we do here. But it's also done this way because since it is usually hot most of the time, this helps keep the house cool on the inside. The big downside is that when it decides to get cold, inside the house gets as cold as it gets outside. So if you need to wear a heavy jacket outside, for example, to stay warm, you have to do the same inside. Brazilian houses, they usually do not have any kind of heating system. So if it is 5 degrees Celsius outside, you rest assured it is about the same inside. But yeah, doesn't change much in the hot weather either. If it is hot outside, it is just as hot inside too. Though it would be worse if the houses were designed to keep warmth inside like American houses are. But yeah, these houses, they are very hard. Hear this? That's concrete. That's my fist hitting a brick and concrete wall. Why do you despise American houses? What did they do to you? Where did they touch you? That sounds so wrong. No, but seriously, why don't you like them? From this side of the fence, in my eyes, they seem so nice in general. Get drunk, stumble over, I'll break the wall. Sucking wall. Well, that's the problem. You are getting too drunk too often, I guess. Who's to blame, the house or yourself? Yeah, sometimes I wonder how bad or well a Brazilian concrete and brick house would fare against a hurricane versus an American house because of how they are built. Just correct me if I am wrong, but how basically most houses in the United States, they're basically built out of wood and have relatively weak walls to the point where you can actually break them with your head. But yeah, sometimes I wonder. I don't want to find out by experience, mind you. I just wonder how much of a difference the type of construction would make. I am sure the roof of a Brazilian house, that thing would go flying immediately. There would be no roof left, but as for the structure of the building itself, I think that would probably stay intact. Actually, I don't really think the roofs in Brazilian houses are actually attached to the building at all. I could be wrong, but I think roofs in Brazilian houses, they are just sitting on the building. So like, because if memory serves me right, the way Brazilian houses are usually built is they raise the walls. Well, first they start with the pillars. Oh my god, pretend that's a pillar. They start with the pillars, you know, which are concrete reinforced with rebarb. I think that's what's called. Those little, not strings, bars of... It's not... What is that metal called? Steel. Bars of steel. They are concrete pillars reinforced with bars of steel inside. And there's usually some for the roof too. And then all of this is concrete, but usually they use wood beams for the roof. And again, I may be wrong, but I believe those beams, they are well, first they settle beams of wood on top of the concrete roof, and then they attach that. I mean, they attach other beams to those beams, but it's all wood. Pretend these are the things that I am talking about. Okay. Then they attach the beams to the beams that are sitting on top of that on the concrete. And of course there's also some beams set vertically to support all of this stuff. Frick, that's not the... Ah, click it! There's all the beams here on the inside to support all of that. And on the top, give me that. And on the top of these angled beams, that's where they lay the roof tiles, which in Brazil they are always made out of clay, cooked clay, so they are hardened. That's basically how Brazilian houses are built. With beams, now draw with beans. You know, with that silicone kind. But yeah, that's basically how it's built here. But yeah, as far as I know, and again, I could be wrong because I am not an engineer, I am not an architect. I think the entire roof area is not attached to the concrete area of the house. So I think in a hurricane situation, all of this would whoop, go away. By the way, Google Rolly that. Okay, let's see. Let me copy that. Roller shutter. Roller shutter, security shutter, cooling door, roller door, or sectional overhead door is a specialized type of door or window shutter consisting of multiple horizontal slats, bars, or web systems interconnected through hinges. Yeah, shops here in Brazil, they use this kind of door a lot. Almost all shops use this kind of door. This here. Yeah, I am familiar with these. Not so much for windows. I don't think I ever seen this kind of shutter used for windows, but yeah, shops in Brazil, they use these a lot. Like here, let's go to my city. All German houses have them. Nice. They must be very expensive, or at least they would be here in this country. Now let's go to downtown. Downtown Campo Grande. Let's go to the 14th of July, which is basically the busiest streets in downtown. These photos were taken when the shops were open. Frick, I was hoping to see it. Here's one. Azul Lanches closed down? Oh, that sucks. I used to go here sometimes with my dad to have a snack. But yeah, almost all stores use this kind of door here in this country. But yeah. Oh, just remembered. Since I was talking about the construction of houses in Brazil and how the roof is made, I do believe I have photos of the inside of the roof in my house. Let me find that. Let me just look for it on the other screen, because there's family photos in here too. I don't want to put my family on the interwebs. Let's see. Just to give you an idea of what that is actually like. And also maybe I'm going to be able to confirm whether or not I am right in assuming that the roof is not actually attached to the house itself. Where is that? Let's keep this on the screen for you guys. Here, I found it. Here. So I took these photos a couple years ago when I climbed there to take photos of the old wiring, because it needed replacing. So yeah, as you can see here, the house is built with bricks and cement. But the roof is actually just a bunch of wooden beams. It's kind of sort of attached to the structure, but doesn't really seem to be attached on the actual floor. Well, in this case here, the roof. There's some wiring, but yeah, right here, this is being just supported by a plank of wood. Excuse me. That is the inside of the roof. Yeah, and there that beam is resting on the wall. Yeah, not attached at all to the structure of the house on the inside here. This is the roof, okay? Down there is the ceiling. That's the water box. But yeah, no, they're not really, the roofs are not really attached to the house, so I think in a hurricane, all of this would go flying. Yeah, I think it would all go flying. And yeah, the tiles are all made of clay. But yeah, not attached at all. Just sitting there. I think it is only somewhat attached on the wall area. And even that, some just more or less. But yeah. Now it could be that just this house that I live in that is like this. Maybe some others they actually do attach the wood to the concrete. But thing is, when I was a kid, one of my favorite things to do was to enter construction areas. And when there was no one working there, of course, I would do it on the weekends usually, when there was no one there, and I would just explore the under construction house. So I got to see a lot of this work in progress, how it was made, and I really don't recall ever seeing any of the roof wooden beams being attached to the actual structure of the house. You'd get beaten up by your boss if you did that sloppy job, even as a first-year trainee. I mean, if it works, right? And as far as I recall, basically at least most houses, they look like that on the inside areas that are not supposed to be visible from the outside. Like that there is just a roof area. Inside the house, you know, in the actual living quarters, everything here it looks fine, it looks nice. It's properly made. And the outside too, of course. Oh yeah, that is basically how most houses are built here. Those pics violate so many DIN norms. Reptane, you forget one thing. This is Brazil. Does that mean any of it is fine? Oh hell no. But hey, that's how things are here. No wonder y'all not in the EU. Yep. Can't say I disagree. But yeah, that aside, it works. Now, mind you, that is basically your average house. I don't really think the upper class, high-end, super fancy houses, I don't really think they are built like that. Those, I am pretty sure, they get an extra level of, let's say, polishing, I guess. But yeah, your average Joe's house, that's more or less what they are like here. Let's save, because I haven't saved it in a little while. But yeah, going back to what I was wondering about Hurricane versus a Brazilian concrete house, I think the structure itself would be fine, but the roof would go flying. The windows would be fine too, I guess. Because most houses, they don't really have windows that open out and in, kind of like doors, you know? They roll sideways. And they're usually made of metal. Metal and somewhat thickish glass. Silver, could you trot away, please? Thank you. I messed up. I messed up. Dang it. I messed up. And my elbow? No. My shoulder is itching. Is that a bot? I better not be a bot. Because bots are not welcome here. Well, 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 what a nice word you just typed there, whoever you are, whatever you are. Let me work on that real quick here, guys. One moment, please. I clicked the wrong thing. Am I even going in the right spot here? No. Oh, there it is. Found it. There. Oh, would you look at that? Those, you know, those bots that post harmful links saying best viewers here and stuff. I've been adding those phrases to the list of banned phrases, and I can see here it's been working. Look at this, it's been blocking some of those. Best viewers on. There have been 7 attempts. This other one here, there have been 10 attempts. Cheap viewers, 3 attempts. Cheap viewers on, 4 attempts. Oh, it's a good thing to keep adding those to the filters. Oh, you yeeted the guy. Nice, thank you, Riptane. There are rules here, and they are supposed to be followed. One of them is no insults in the chat. Which actually, just last night, I added a new command to the chat bot. Rules. Now you can see all the rules of the chat, wherever you like. So yeah, there it is. Please keep swears to a minimum, no discrimination, no advertising, no harmful links, don't insult others. Okay, Riptane. Don't insult others, treat others like you'd like them to treat you, and, most importantly, pet your cat. Of course I had to include that one there. But yeah, follow the rules, guys. Be nice. Okay, that is looking fine there. Just a little tweaking here, and this bit here is done. Welcome back, Riptane. That was quick. Bum, ba, bum, bum, bum. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum. Silver, do you really have to be right there, right now? Must you really be doing your magic there? Your head is blocking my sight. You don't care, do you, horse? Go over there. Let's grab some brown sugar and milk for my Earl Grey tea. Nice. That's a flavor of tea I've never had before. To be honest, I'm not too much into tea, but I really like mate tea. Though I haven't had any in a little while. I've got some. I can brew me some, but I don't want to do that right now. You don't like mate? I love it. It's my favorite. Always been. This is fine, but I feel like I made this print here too small. All the leftists drink that stuff religiously here. And sugar-free cola. Blech. I've tried sugar-free cola before. Coca-Cola Zero, specifically. I hated the stuff. False advertising, I might add. It says it tastes the exact same as the real deal. No, it doesn't. It absolutely does not taste the same. It's awful. But yeah, despite what the leftists over there, despite the fact that leftists over there obtain love mate tea, I assure you I am not like them, even though I do love that stuff. Not at all. Man, yeah, screw sugar-free cola. This brush is too big. Anytime soon. All tensions thin out here in this cool atmosphere. So I'll be living here on the moon. La, da, 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 da. I love this song. Silver, get out of there. Get out of there, boy. Oh no, this sucks. Let's go with number 15. So face the facts, 'cause I won't be back. It's time to say goodbye, 'cause I've learned how to fly. Don't wanna see you anytime soon. This is now almost right. The problem is, not only I made this print look a little too small, but I also changed its shape too much. You know what, actually, I think the shape should be changed a bit. No, 15 is too big. Change to 10. What was that guy that just got banned called again? Mood something? Let me take a look at that. He was mood setted or setted, whatever. I think the reason he decided to throw a random insult out of the blue was because he's probably a furry. Nothing against furries. It's just that I found out, at least in my experience, usually most of the people that pop up in chat just to randomly throw insults, most of them turned out to be furries for some reason. That is something very weird. I never understood why that is the case. And if he isn't a furry, then, well, take that as insult, I guess. But actual furries themselves, usually, most of the time, in general, you are fine. Thank you, Riptane. I would have to stop the, well, not really stop the stream, but I would have to stop working on this to take care of that myself. Thank you very much. Let's see, is this fine? Yeah, it's okay. But I am seeing the one above that I worked on a little bit ago. That one needs a little bit of tweaking. Right here. That reminds me, many years ago, like circa 2000, not circa 2008, literally 2008 and late 2008 and early 2009, when I transitioned the main content of my art from one thing to what I do currently, which is dragons. I'm not gonna go into the whole story of what that was, why I changed and stuff, because that is a long story. If you guys want to know about that, just go search for my final 3 journals on DeviantArt. The last 3 ones from 2008. They are still there with broken English and all, because my English wasn't good at the time. But I digress. Point is, I'll check in a bit, Riptane. Let me do this print here real quick. So it reminds me, when I transitioned content and I announced I was quitting the old stuff that I was working on, I predicted there would be some people who would be mad at me and would want to attack me because of my decision. And lo and behold, I was right. There were many people completely pissed off at me, calling me names. I think at least 1 or 2 kind of wished I was dead. And yeah, every single one of those those ones I can tell you for sure they are furries. They were furries. But that's because the public I had at that time, all of them were furries too. So there's that. Point is, they were very toxic. Okay, let me check the DMs real quick. Cooked steak is better. Yeah, I do love me a cooked steak. That is delicious. Beats any sushi, I dare say, even though I have never had sushi before. But I mean, come on, it's raw meat. It's an inside joke. I guess I don't get it then, because I still have to play that game. Let's see. With the power of light, it produces arcane phenomena. It prefers to eat food well done and is particularly hostile towards Catrice. So does that mean Wixen usually eats raw food? I mean, I would assume so. It's basically an animal. In contrast, you know, let me open this on this browser here. This screen, I mean. With the power of shadows, it produces arcane phenomena. It prefers to eat food raw and is particularly hostile towards Wixen. So they are basically opposites of each other. While one prefers raw, the other prefers well done. I'll understand this better when I finally play the game. And I'm gonna do that on stream, guys. I will. I just checked. I just checked the second link routine. That's what we had on screen just now. What's the link before you saw the link? Or are you talking about the first link or the second link? Because I did check both. It's just that the first one I opened on it opened on the top screen, so it wasn't showing here on the main screen. Let me check the second link after I posted the check second link. I checked both links, I swear! I did! Here, the first one, which opened on the top screen, so it didn't show on stream. And then I opened the second one, which is this one here. And I read this: with the power of light, it produces arcane phenomena. It prefers to eat food well done, and is particularly hostile towards Catras. And then I opened the second one, and this one I opened on the main screen. And then you said to check the second link, which is this here, about Catras. I did check both. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Why does this one look a bit weird? It looks a bit weird. I am using the wrong tool. Oops. I know why this looks a bit weird. Because I tried to tweak this a little bit, and clearly I messed up. That's much better. Save. Now I think this should be the last one of this set. By the way, it is getting dark in here now. It's starting to get a little difficult for me to see my keyboard. Well, the keys on the keyboard, and I kind of need that, so let me turn on my light. There we go. Much better. Need water. Much better. Hold up. Gotta change this brush to size 20. What's up? Oh, that looks fine. I'll keep it. Oh, I just remembered. Real quick, guys. Let me check something on Twitch. I'm checking this on the top screen. That's why you can't see. Oh, yes. What about this one here? Oh, yes, yes. So there is a Rocket League Championship being streamed like right now officially, and it has drops. And I got a couple stuff. Nice. I have no idea what the drops are. Check them later. There are alt versions of Wixen and Catres in the color scheme of the other. Wixen Nocturnal and Catres Ignis. One likes spicy, the other likes sweet food. Oh, that's nice. One thing I don't think I will ever get over is how much the what's it called again? The long boy. Chillet Ignis. I don't think I'll ever get over the how much the Ignis version of Chillet looks like. Just looks like a shiny version of regular Chillet. And I like that. It's really cute. If Chillet was a Pokemon, Chillet Ignis could very well be the shiny version. It's a very nice color scheme. Oh my god, this is messed up again. Frick. Okay, this is better. Well, that was fast. What did they say? No violation occurred. Typical. I mean, to be fair, it was only one insult, one single word. I think. I don't speak Russian. Yeah, it was rude. Uncalled for, unnecessary. Either the guy is a toxic furry, or he's a furry hater and thinks that I am a furry. Which, for the record, I am not. Even though there was a time that I thought I was. And I already went over this in great lengths not long ago. That guy probably votes for Kamala too. I don't know why that was funny to me. Oh man. You know what? I can make that joke because I unfortunately I don't live in the US, so I cannot vote even if I wanted to. So who cares? I don't. Although I suppose I should care to some extent, but point is, it's not an election that I am a part of, so I can joke about it. Not that I should do it often. Anyway, it was funnier to me than it probably should have been, and I don't know why. What I can't tell you about that for sure, though, is that if I could vote in those elections, I know exactly who I would vote for after doing my due research. I'm just not going to tell you. I think this is looking fine, but I feel like I accidentally messed up the shape of this print here a little bit. Yeah, I did mess it up a bit. It's not too bad. It's... Actually, you know what? It is fine. Just need to remove a teeny tiny little bit from this part here, and yeah, that's a keeper.
Someone tell me, someone show me, someone let me know what I'm supposed to be. If you know me, you can take me to the deep blue sky, over the big blue sea. I know where I'll be. Oh, please, I can dream.
What a lovely song.
And behind, but I found my light.
There we go. Save. And with this, I believe there's only one more set of paw prints to apply this effect to. And this one should only have 2 paw prints, so this should go very quickly. I am on the wrong layer. Oops. One thing that I tried to do a few years ago, and I still would like to accomplish, is to make a brush set of paw prints. So I don't really have to draw every single paw print by hand like I did with these. At least not every time that I want to draw paw prints, anyway. I tried making that brush set once. I kind of managed to do it, but it wasn't good, so I deleted it. I still would like to be able to do that. I should try to do that again. No, this is not good. And that is something that I could make available for download on my Ko-fi as content, exclusive content. That reminds me, I still have yet to finish that font set that I started making some time ago. That is another thing that I would like to put to make available for download on my Ko-fi. A hand-draw Windows font. Here, let me give you a quick sample of what that font looks like. I have it currently installed for testing purposes. That size is way too big. Make it smaller. Okay, zoom out. So I'm gonna have to write all caps because that font right now does not have lower caps. Lowercase, I mean. So let's write a short phrase here. Dragons rule. Where is that? What is the placeholder name that I gave it? I think it's called Dragon Font. Dragon Language. There it is. Yeah, this is the font. Lowercase, that is, because this doesn't have lowercase yet. This is uppercase. Sorry. Each one of these symbols is supposed to be like an ancient dragon language. This is made up, for the record. And but this is all hand drawn. And I have yet to finish this. And once done, I will make it available for download on my Ko-fi. Now, if I were to draw every single one of these from memory, I cannot for the life of me do that, because this is literally just made up stuff. And this is how I do them. Let me grab the correct brush with this. I think I was using this one here. Yes. So the way I have been making these is I just randomly do strokes like this. I just draw a bunch of these for the font, and then I choose which one I think looks the nicest for a given letter, and I make it that letter. But yeah, that's it. It's so made up that I have no idea what any one of these is supposed to be. But yeah. I make this mostly for my own use, but once finished, I'm gonna make it available so anyone can use it. Looks hiragana? I have no idea what that is. Sounds Japanese. But yeah, it's a fantasy thing. I'm making mostly for myself, but once finished, I'm gonna make it available for anyone to download on my Ko-fi. I think I'm gonna make it available for free, but with the possibility, of course, for whoever's downloading it to leave a tip. That would be very appreciated, of course. And that should be one of the exclusive contents that will be available soon, TM, on my Ko-fi. So follow me there. Let's see. It opened on the top window again. Top screen. Oh yeah, it does sound like Japanese stuff. Kind of... Well, I'm not really going to say it resembles that, but I can see where you see the resemblance. But yeah, no, the... Make it look like something Japanese was not the idea. It's just something I made up. Also, hey, I got another drop on that Rocket League stream. Nice. Excuse me. Yeah, this here can be better. Let's make this brush a little smaller. Because I think number 20 was too big, and that is the reason why I messed up here. Actually, no. This should be number 20. Because this is closer to the camera. So it should be a bigger size. The problem is that I didn't do it right. There we go. Man, I am very curious to know what those drops are. You guys will have to excuse me for a moment, but I am going to check. Why did it open on the top screen again? This is supposed to be here on this screen. I'll close it. What? Okay. I'm not going to play Rocket League. I'm just going to quickly check what those drops are. I am too curious. Let that boot up. In the meantime, I'm gonna keep working on this. Take a look at this one. It's fine. It just needs a little bit more of this effect here on the bottom. There is a slight difference, but it is there. Now let's do this one. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should not have booted up Rocket League to check it. The reason why is because this project that I am working on uses up a lot of RAM. Almost all of my 16 gigabytes of RAM are currently in use by Photoshop. Do they even say why they don't deem that as a violation? Figures. No, it's fine. That guy's gone for now anyway. Ah, there we go. Ugh. This music sounds awful. Ugh. Skip this crap. Skip it. Skip it. That game is frozen. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. That's in... Oh, that's a drop. A pinwheel? Oh, and wheels. Okay, that's nice. Cool. What do they look like? Right? That sounds horrible. I hate that. Let me see what those wheels look like, and the pinwheel, and I'm gonna close the game and go back to art. Not here. Yeah, they don't look too bad. These wheels are kind of nice. What about the pinwheel thing? Oh, is that a topper or an antenna? I think it was an antenna. Pinwheel, 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 where is that? Ah, there it is. I already had it. Or is that a different pinwheel? Maybe it was a topper. No, I think it was actually an antenna. No, it wasn't, because it was colored black. And that pinwheel I just saw there in my inventory, that is the regular one. Look, this music is also kind of bad. Skip it. Skip, 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 skip. Don't skip. That's a good one. Just play some black metal. I don't think there's any black metal in the soundtrack of Rocket League. No, this is not the drop that I got. Definitely not. What did I get? Oops. Is that a topper? Frankly, I should have read what the drop even was. I saw the item, it was a black pinwheel, but I didn't see if it was a topper, an antenna, a Go Explosion, or something else. It wasn't a wheel, that's for sure. Could it have been a Go Explosion? Nope. Certainly wasn't a trail. No, what the fudge? I don't know what it was. It wasn't a wheel. And before it was. Where's the letter P? Yeah, no, there's no pinwheel here. Yeah, I have no idea what that was. I have no idea. It's fine. Don't believe it was anything that I would want to be using anyway. Alright, let's go back to art. Hello Reptilian, you have submitted a safety report that is covered under the Digital Services Act, DSA, of the EU. We have reviewed the content against our Terms of Service community guidelines and our local law and determined that no violation occurred. Yeah, that is very vague. But anyway, at least that guy is gone. So it's not too bad. Oh, this sucks. Come on, Mike, you can make this much, much better than that. There. I think I got it. It's so-so. Let's try again. Third time's a charm, as they say. No, that was worse. It's this effect, man. It's so easy to not notice it as you make it. I know that doesn't make much sense, but... Okay, that is better. My god, I really need to use the bathroom again. That's what happens when you stay hydrated. Anyway, I'll be right back.
To find a way to make this all okay. I've got to find a way to fix my own mistake. Oh, but I promise to succeed. I know you're still in me. I know you've been misused and you're probably confused. There's not much I can do. The cure is within you. So hold on tight and open your eyes. See the truth, I'm here to show the world to you, the way it was meant to be. So follow your destiny. This twisted future isn't right. Let's bring the real you to the light. I'm going to make you realize. So open your eyes. Wake up now and see the truth. I'm here to show the world to you, the way it was meant to be. So follow your destiny. This twisted future isn't right. Let's bring the real you to the light. I'm going to make you realize. So open your eyes. I have no reason to frown. I don't need to turn around. What's the use in crying now? I can't believe my eyes. I told myself the perfect lie, but I don't feel like dying now.
I am back. Now, where was I? I think the last thing that I worked on was this here, right? So let's work now on the claw prints on the snow. And for these I can drop the size of this eraser brush to size 15. That should do just fine. Now this one. Oh. Oh, that looks horrible. I don't like it. Yeah, that's better. Save. Alright, that one works too. I'm finally nearly done with these paw prints. At least as far as this specific effect goes. Because there's still another one thing that I want to try to make these paw prints look a little more natural on the snow. And I don't know how to explain what that other effect is like. I just have it in my head. And I think I know how to pull it off. But I don't actually know if it will work out or not. But before I work on that effect, I will do some work on the snow, because I am kind of tired of just looking at paw prints. Okay, this is not too bad, but this bit here needs work. Yeah, that'll do. Save. Now for the final paw print. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, I like it. Although this bit here, I don't know about this here. Okay, now that is better. I'll keep it. This one is almost perfect, but not quite there. So let me try again. At the same time, this is better. It is also worse. You know what? The problem is right here. I think the problem is right here. Let's fix that. Where is the rough skin brush? Should be this one, right? Yep. Oops, I am using the wrong color. There we go. Now it is perfect. I am eager to finish this. Quite eager. By the way, where did Silvertrot go? He hasn't gotten in my way in a while. Silver! You have been returned to the menu because your screen resolution has changed. No, it hasn't. Give me ponies. There he is. Oh, it's because I booted up Rocket League. Fair enough. Yeah, that was looking fine. I think I'm going to keep that. Silver, could you enjoy your boombox over there, please? Thank you very much. See, as I make this effect, it doesn't really look like I'm actually making it. It doesn't look like it is actually applying, but it is. See the difference? That's why it is so easy to mess it up. Because you don't really notice the thing happening. You don't notice it, so it's fairly easy to make mistakes with it. This is fine, but the shape is not quite to my taste. It is slightly better, but I made it too much smaller. You like doing magic, don't you, Silver? I'm still not happy with how this looks like. Come on. What about now? I didn't make it much smaller, but the effect is very much not good at all this time. What if I make this brush a little bigger for this one? So hopefully the effect will appear a little better without erasing too much of the borders. Because that is what's happening here, the borders are getting erased too much, without the effect itself actually showing as much. Ah, there we go. That's much better. Much, much better. So that is done. Now for the claw prints, and I will be finished with this paw print. For the time being anyway, because as I said before, there is another effect I want to try. But I won't work on that immediately. Why? Because I am tired of looking at these paw prints. I need a break from them. Okay, that will do. That is fine. The problem with this one is that I accidentally ended up changing not necessarily the shape of the claw print, but I did end up making it look like it is angled differently from the original here. Now, was a bit of a loud bird, wasn't it? Though I'd rather have these loud birds than the loud crickets and the loud dogs, especially the crickets. I kid you not. This last Friday, on the Game Friday, I was streaming, or was it on the Wednesday? No, I think I was on Friday. I was doing the show, but I had a very awful headache caused by an extremely loud cricket in my backyard. I swear, that thing was like 10 meters away from my window, and it sounded like it was inside the room, so loud it was. Thankfully, I did manage to kill it. So it went quiet and I had silence, but the damage in my head was already done. And one annoying thing is that in my head I kept hearing the thing even though it wasn't sounding anymore. It wasn't even living anymore. I kept hearing it. Ugh, I hate that. I hate these crickets. I need to move this. There, that is way better. But yeah, I 1000 times prefer the birds over the crickets. If these crickets I have here at least were of the nice kind, you know, the one that goes like quietly with pauses. But no, the kinds I have here, they are extremely high-pitched, extremely loud, and they never cease their noise. It's constantly the entire time. They never cease. They drive me insane. Anyway, hi pianist. Happy Sunday. Thank you for joining. Welcome. Forgot how amazing 4chan is. What did you find there? What about Scarlet and Violet? What nonsense 4chan decided to post about it? I mean, are those games that bad? Aside from the glitches, I only heard good things about them. Haven't played them though. I don't have a Switch. Too expensive. Yeah, there we go. I think this is fine. But just like I did with that claw print, I think I need to move this one just a little bit. Yeah, not big of a difference, but there is some. For the better, of course. Now this one I cannot move, so I better make it right. No, it kinda sucks. Let me do it again. There we go. Save. Save that. Let's make all of the paw print sets visible. Let's make the dragon as visible too. And let's see what all of this look like together. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 sets for 4 legs. Let me hide the color set. Ah, yeah, they look much more natural now. But again, there's still at least another one effect that I want to try on these to see if I can make them look even more natural. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that immediately though. I need a break from these. But yeah, overall they are looking very nice, I dare say. Let's work a little bit on that snow. So let's expand the background. Go to snow texture. Hide the base. Actually hide everything. I want a clear view of that snow texture. This here would do. That's kind of nice. Coming off a headache. How ironic that I was just talking about the headache crickets caused me this last Friday. Headaches suck. Wait a minute. This version of the snow only exists on the file alpha 1, doesn't it? Let me check alpha 0. Because if it does, then I will want to make a backup. Because the change I am about to make here is going to be a significant one that I will not be able to undo very, very soon. Yeah, sleeping helps a lot with a headache. But you know what sucks? When you go to sleep without one and you wake up with one. I have that happen to me sometimes. It's awful. Sometimes it's such a strong headache that it makes me feel like I need to. Sorry for the gross word, but it makes me want to vomit. And there have been times when I did end up doing that. Not because I wanted to, but because my body just felt an urge to do it. It was all because of the headache. Why? I don't know. All I know is that it was awful. Well, that's taken a while to load. Ding. Ah, yes. This version of the snow is only present on Alpha 1. I haven't changed too many things to justify going into Alpha 2. And going to Alpha 2 just because of this one layer kind of feels like a waste. You know what? I am going to duplicate the layer and keep one of these, this one here, as a backup. Original. Yeah. and keep it invisible. I'll make the change I want to make here on this one, and if I like it, I will keep both of these layers until the next file, and then eventually I will delete the original one. But for now, this one is staying here as a backup. Otherwise, it is the exact same as this one. Okay. Let's see if my idea is going to pan out, or to work out. Bug on my wall. Die, potato. Alright, let's see. It's basically the exact same effect that I was applying to the paw prints, but I want to apply this to the edge of the snow to try and make it look more natural. First 20 might be too small. Let's try 25. What if I just go like this? I don't think that is going to work. For a background that was supposed to be a quote-unquote simplistic snowy scene, I think I'm putting a lot more effort on this than I was originally supposed to. Not complaining, of course. I am enjoying it. That's just an observation. Frankly, I think it's only fair. After all, it's been over a year and a half since I should have finished this already. Okay, let me make the layers I have hidden. Let me make them visible again, so I can have a clear view of the change I have just applied here. Hide the base. I really don't know if this idea is going to work out. Maybe I should try it like this. Wait, what? Where's there 3 of them now? Oh, this is a backup from the old version. I see. Anyway, maybe I should try it on the base. Or on both of them, but also on the base. Let's see, this is the backup layer? Yes. Make the rest visible. No, I don't like that. Either it's not good or it just didn't do it right. Point is, I do not like. Me not like. So delete this. Delete this, make this visible and rename it to remove the word original from there. And for the moment, let's keep it like this. I still want to make something. I still want to make something here. Maybe with a different brush. Maybe a different brush is what I need for this. But which one could I use? Or I actually could use the same one, just with different settings. Like, what is this stuff like? Enable some scattering, I guess. Maybe not. See the SpaceX rocket tests they've done earlier today? I haven't seen it, but I read a little bit about it. Apparently, they managed to make it not just land, but also reattach itself to the launching platform. That is a big achievement, mind you, because imagine how much money the company will be able to save in reusing the same rocket, the same ship. Because honestly, it really cannot be cheap to attach the thing to the launch base. If it can do it by itself, oof, they could save millions on that. And those millions, they could be invested in other parts of the space program to improve that even further and more easily too. You know, I don't really know how to use this box very well. I should probably just... never mind that. How do I undo this setting? I thought I had... Uh-oh. Uh-oh, did I break my brush? The only thing I did was enable this, wasn't... No! Bug! Get away. No, it was scattering. I enabled scattering. Yeah, there we go. I fixed my brush. Good, I got worried for a moment. You know, maybe this actually can work. I just gotta do it right. Say, what if I use a selection and compress the selection? Is it compress the term? Select. Make the selection first. Select, modify, contract. Yeah, what if I try this? Duplicate so I can have a backup. Now, modify, contract. Do 3 pixels. Now let's invert the selection. What if I make this brush bigger? No. Yeah, I think that make this like this. No, but this selection is just getting my way. Delete that. Anyway, do it like this in the vertical instead of running this brush horizontally. It should take longer, but I think it gives me a better effect. I don't actually know. Frankly, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just doing it. Oh, this is going to take way too long. Guys, there's a weird bug on my wall right next to me. Hold on. I need to commit bugicide. Yeah. Yeah. Get fried. Get fried, you sucker. I hate bugs. They bug me. It smells like burnt bug now. Oh god. What an awful smell. On the bright side, the bug is dead. Whew. Anyway, let's continue this. Buy this electric fly swatter was a good investment. Oh, this is going to take so long, guys. I don't know if it is going to be worth it. Not like this. Because look at this. I'm going to make a selection here. And then just here. And zoom out. Just to show you how much of this ground I have applied this effect to. Just for you to have an idea. Look at that. Of all of this, all of what I just done only applied to that little bit of ground over there. This is a lot. Let me zoom this to 100% and see if the effect even looks fine. I mean, I don't think it's bad. Here's the old one. Let me rename this. Nah, you know what? This actually doesn't really make much sense. Not like this. Let's not do that. Let's go back to this and save. Okay, let me see. What is the next thing that I'm going to do here? I still want to enhance this background. I really feel like this background needs more. More of what? I don't know, but it just needs more. Set this to pure black. Maybe a few birds flying in the sky off in the distance. That's too thick. That might do. Let's make a new layer behind the trees. Distant birds. Let's make Diana visible again, so we can have her as a point of reference for them burbs. And these are going to be very simple. There's a few 5 birds flying in a small formation over there. Maybe a random one up here. And maybe a couple over here. But a little smaller. Not that they are smaller, but you know, a little farther away. Some over here, or better yet, around here. Flying near the mountains, and over the forest. Now let's add something here too. Yeah, not too bad. But perhaps black is not the ideal color to have them as. Especially considering they are distant. I suppose there should be some atmosphere changing their color a little bit. You know how like distant mountains, they tend to, the farther away some object is off in the distance, usually the more blue it seems to be, even though that's not its actual color, you know? Yeah, I believe that's how these birds should be. I lock the layer. Let's change their color. Let's sample this blue. Yeah, that's fine. That's also kind of fine. There's no birds there. There is one here. Ah, there they are. Barely visible, but they are there. Nice, look at this. No, they are there, but fairly subtly. A little background detail. There's one there. There's a couple over here. Nice. Kind of feel like I should add something here too. Yeah, the only problem is that with the scholar I can't see them. So let's draw them. Oh wait, never mind, I can. It's just that the layer's locked. They're there. 3 little birds. You know something that has just occurred to me? Maybe I should try to make like some snow being blown away by the wind at the top of these mountains. Should I? Are these mountains even in a state where I can make any kind of editing to them? Because I did recycle them from another picture, and they might not be editable. Let me test something here real quick. Maybe I can, but I'm not sure it is going to look good. No, better to leave them like this. I really want to make something more for this background though. Some of the GF leaks? What is GF leaks? Girlfriend leaks? Oh, Game Freak. What's up with them? Here, let's make a new layer here. And did I save a sample of the color I used for the snow? I haven't, but that is fine because since it is not shaded yet, I can just sample straight from here. And you know what? Let's pick rough skin. This one is rough skin, right? Right. Let's sprinkle some snow on the top here. I don't think that really looks much like snow, to be quite honest with you. Let's make this brush smaller. That's better, but can be better. Let's try number 50. I need to hide that sky because there's too much light here and it's kind of confusing. Ah crap, instead of holding space to do this, I press Alt and now I picked the wrong color. Frick. There. I still can't clearly see what I am doing. Say, can I just do this snow with a different color? Like, well, not black, but red. So it should be very easy to see. And then just change it by locking the layer. Let's see. I will not write it in chat. Oh, is it that bad? Oof. Okay, let's see if locking the layer to recolor this will work. Let's recolor with a different color for testing purposes. This is blue. Ah, it does work. Wait, why is there red there still? No, it was because of the selection. It does work. Nice. Okay, let's go back to rough skin and let's do some more of this. I was using number 50, right? Yeah. Unlock. Diane, I'm gonna have to hide you again. Your wings are blocking my view of the mountains. Oh, that could be better. I wonder if this Game Freak leak has anything to do with the lawsuit Nintendo is trying to move against the creators of Palworld. Like some fan got mad at them for doing that, so the fan decided to hack them. And leak important data. It wouldn't be the first time something like that happens, you think? What if I do something like this? No, that looks like garbage. This is a bit better. Let's add a little bit of snow on this little peak here. Not much, just a little bit. Yeah, that should do it. Maybe some here. Nah, not there. Let's name this Mountains 1 Snow. And let's do the same for the Mountains 2. Mountains 2 Snow. And I will have to hide the trees. I mean, these here don't really need the snow, do they? Just not read it on stream. Okay. I am curious. I will open it, but I'll open it on the top screen, so it's not going to be visible here. I'll not read it out loud though. Oh, that's long. Let's take a look. Oh, I got another drop on the Rocket League stream thingy. Nice. Let's see. Well, there's a lot of tests. I'm gonna have to read this later. You got me curious. Very curious. Anyway, let's see about the snow here. This should be fairly subtle, I suppose, but I'm going to add it anyway. Though the brush will have to be smaller. Let's drop it to 30. And yes, guys, I know this is the wrong color for snow. It's that color just so I can see what I am doing. I'll change it later.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
That's a good idea. You know, yeah, I don't think those mountains back there, I don't think they need this layer of snow. Let's not do it on them. Like, we could consider that those mountains are in a warmer area, so they don't have snow. So let's keep the snow restricted to these here. Right, so let's change the color of that snow. Let's switch to a round, hard brush. Make it big. There's another weird bug that just flew in through the window. You bug me, Mr. Bug, and I am going to commit bugicide on you. I'm not afraid to do that. Anyway, let's change the color of the snow on these tops. Alright, let's take a look. Did I just saw red here? I thought I had to delete that. Oh yes, I did. Guys, I'm going to commit another bugicide. Here we go. Oh, that is so satisfying. The smell is awful, but it's satisfying. Not the smell. Kill the bug, that is satisfying. Anyway, let me take a look at this snow on these tops. Yeah, it looks fine. Not too shabby. And this is what it looks like at 100% zoom. So the actual size of this entire picture. I feel like I should add some over here, but this here is on the exact same layer as that. So I cannot just make a selection to separate this. So I'm gonna leave it. There's the birds. Yeah, that is looking fairly nice. Now, about that idea of mine of having the wind blow the snow. Let me try that. Let's pick the smudge. Drop its size to 50. Yeah. No. 30.
When morning is come to light the way home,
I'm gonna hide the sky so it's easier to see. What if I change the strength to 100? Oh no, that's way too much. Drop it back to 50. You think that makes a positive difference? Does it make sense? I mean, that is the kind of thing that does happen in real life, but this scene here, I don't think so. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I want to, but I probably shouldn't. My deck is discharging. Doom doom. Yeah, I might change my mind about this later, but for the moment I am going to leave it like this. I'm not going to add any extra effect to that snow on the mountaintops. Let's leave it like this. Let's save this. Now, let me see if I can improve those paw prints following that idea that I had. Let's begin here with the first set. Let me hide the others so I will not get confused. And let's begin with this one. And I think I thought of using a soft round brush, didn't I? That is not a question that I am expecting anyone to answer, other than myself anyway. Mostly because I didn't tell anyone what I thought. Make a new layer. Switch this to black so it's easier to see. Oh, wait a minute, I thought these were semi-transparent. What? Aren't they supposed to be semi-transparent? I could swear these are supposed to be semi-transparent, to have some opacity. And memory tells me they were supposed to be 80%. You know what? Why is the pen not responding? Come on, dude. What the hell? Why is this happening? It never happened before. I minimize one window, then suddenly the pen stops responding. The cursor stops responding to the pen? Why? This is very annoying. I don't like it. Stop. Anyway, let me open Holiday Wishes and take a look at those paw prints there. Let's see, Dragon Paw prints. No, they do not have any opacity. What about these? These do. Same for PYs. It's just Bravehearts that do not.
She's always liked to play pretend.
Well, what if I give these here an 80% opacity? Because the idea I had relies heavily on the paw prints having opacity on their layer.
Seems we've got too much time to spend. Feels like this night will never end. I guess it just depends. Who knows when the sun will rise again?
Again, as always, I have no idea what the fudge I'm doing. This should be a soft round brush.
Think I deserve a break. You'll see this way it's better. We'll all just nap together. The night will last forever. That's not funny. Who knows when the sun will rise again?
Damn it.
Seems we've got too much time to spend. Feels like this night will never end. I guess it just depends. Who knows when the sun
Now I
will
use
rise
the
again?
lasso tool to select all of this and delete it.
Rise again. Seems we've got too much time to spend.
See,
Feels like this night will
this gives the paw print a little more depth in the snow,
depends. Who knows when the sun will rise again?
but
Who cares if the sun will rise again?
I don't know, the effect doesn't look very good.
Every pony cares, do they not?
Oh, so be it. They can't let a princess
Can I just accomplish that
once, it seems.
through this?
10:30. We are quite certain that thou hast already done a fine job of sleeping.
Let's see, size 20.
I suppose.
I'll change the color of the blend mode.
Really, sister?
I'm gonna copy this.
It is
Excuse me.
calling.
I should get a break, shouldn't I? I mean, I
Let's
could
get
have
something
you
darker.
raise the sun for a while to make up for lost time, right?
What? How canst thou say such a thing?
A little more
Fine,
blue.
Fine. Perhaps I am acting a bit childish this morning. At least it's still morning, you know.
Thou art too old for this.
Is the texture of the snow hidden? Oh snap, it is. No, it shouldn't be right now.
It's just so simple, a simple song, but not so simple.
Let me set this back to its original. So I can undo and redo a couple times to compare. Yeah, this definitely gives the paw prints a little bit more depth into the snow. But do it on this layer through that effect. I don't know, it makes them look a little flat and a little too dark. I don't really like it. Let's see, set it back to 100. 100 opacity. Ow. I hit my watch on my desk. There is a way to make this work better, and I will find it. Let me try something slightly different.
Your kindness may show them who you are, but they will never see the light or the stars. You're bright as a star. Listen to the music. music in the sky. Feel it running through you as you
What if I give this layer some opacity?
as a whisper lullaby.
And a different color.
Everybody said you don't stand up. Well, now I know that they were wrong. None of your animals could tell you.
No, that is way too much blue. No, that's still not good. Instead, just drop the opacity. That's not as good as as my first attempt. Yeah, it's not as good. What if... delete this. What if instead I simply duplicate the paw prints, I lock their layer, and wait.
Everybody said you don't stand up. Well, now I know that they were wrong. There's too many
Can I recolor them?
so I'll just sing it in bird song.
With a soft round brush? Let's use a bigger brush. Let's go with size 50. Let's size 50. I was gonna say 55, but let's go with 50. Again, one, I don't know what I'm doing, and two, I don't know if this is going to work out as I hope it will. I'm just doing it to see what it's going to look like. I'm experimenting.
Could have sworn the moment just blew away.
Though frankly, at this point I might as well just hide the original. Because otherwise these two are basically the exact same, and if I have both of these layers visible, yeah, they're just going to add up to each other. It's not going to look too good. Drop this to 20 now. Okay. This might work, but it needs a lot more work. And I need to take another bathroom break. So I'll be back in a bit, guys.
My soul's been bound with time. I've never been so lost in my life. Years rolling and I'll still be alive. what's personal, then say it twice. But I can hear even more behind your eyes. There's no illusion when you hide your lies. Why don't we sit and talk a while? I don't wanna take too long, or long at all. Just tell me how you feel and share your thoughts. When I was your age, I never felt the same. But you can tell me anyway. Don't run away. You can pack your bags, buy your ticket, take your train. You don't have to wait a day. Don't run away. The rain will soon come down. One day wash away this town. You can leave, but don't run away.
I hope you're listening, just like you say. I need a shoulder I can lean on for the day. I've been feeling like I must be on my way, 'cause no one has told me I should stay. Is that okay?
Don't run away. You can pack your bags, buy your ticket, take your train. You don't have to wait a day. Don't run away. The rain will soon come down. One day wash away this town. You can leave, but don't run away. They used to call me monster. I made them call me king. I ruled in might and terror. I could do anything. But monsters don't just happen. There's reasons that we're bad. And now I can remember the one that turned me mad, the one I called my dad. For iron stars was Frankenstein. I was his flawed masterpiece. He tried to conjure perfection, but a monster was all he released. A genius but lonely magician was Starswirl the bearded, the great. He was honored, respected, a legend, a master of wisdom and fate. But the old
Okay, I'm finally back. Sorry it took a while. Anyway, as I was saying, this does not look good. It looks fine on the toes, I guess. Well, not quite the best. I don't like this. I don't like it. It looks bad, very bad. The first attempt I did, that one looked much better. Either way, that was basically just a test, because this extra effect that I wanted to make on the paw prints, it is going to depend, not exactly heavily, but for the lack of a better term, let's say heavily, it should depend somewhat heavily on the shading of everything, basically, mostly Diane, because the idea of that effect, that extra effect that the idea of that extra effect I want to add to these paw prints is to make them look, to try and give them a little more depth in the snow, and that would depend heavily on the position of the light source. And I can do that now, but I feel like it's best if I shade Diane first and use her shading as a point of reference for that extra effect on these paw prints. So yeah, perhaps I should not focus on that just yet. Let me try and think. Let me rename this, by the way. Note. I'm gonna try and think a little further, a little more, on what, or rather how, that effect should look like and how I should make it. Or I should say, what it should look like and how I should make it. Yes, that's what I meant to say. For now, let me see if I can make her paws look like they are actually stepping and sinking into the snow. Now, the way I did it here in Holiday Wishes was by drawing a few clumps of snow around their paws and feet and hooves. The problem with this here, looking back at it now, a few years later, is that I don't know. At the time when I drew this, these looked very nice. They looked really good. I thought they looked very natural. But looking back at them now, I feel like they don't look very natural. They seem to be like over, on top, kind of floating above them. Don't look very natural. But in any case, that is how I made them originally on this one. Suppose I should do somewhat similar. Should make something somewhat similar here on Diane, but with improvements, obviously. You know what? Let's make a new group. What should I call this? Paw Snow Clumps. And let's make a new layer inside that group. And let's begin drawing, I guess. Give me this color. To make it easier to see, I should probably use a dark color, like black. Draw the clumps and then recolor them. How do I make these? I've done them before, but that was only once. How do I make them so they look natural? I guess it just gotta start. And these first ones, I want to make them apart from each other. Why? I'm not too sure. I just feel like I should make it this way. I'm gonna draw all of these on the same layer for all paws. All paws that are touching the ground, of course, because there is one that is hanging in the air. So that one doesn't count.
I've seen enough here to know I don't belong. My imagination again has led me on. This stubborn aching has a mind of its own. I've left, but I won't tell you where I've gone.
Let me recolor them real quick.
Never known that the world could be so mean. I'll never go.
I am recoloring these black things using the color black. That doesn't work. Yay, yay, yay. No, not that one. But Silver, could you get out of there, please? Thank you. Where's Inner Shadow? Here. Inner Shadow. Don't use global light. Whatever I am doing, this is not working out. Okay, that's better. Why is that purple? Let's see, less opacity. Round it up to 50. Now let's copy this layer style. Let me make a new layer. Let's paste the layer style. Let me draw some more clumps of snow using this snow white color here. Let's see them. Let's see them show with the effect already applied. Like that. Oh, that's actually not too bad. here. Mind you, all of this that I am doing right now, all of this is subject to change. What I'm doing right now is mostly an experiment. That's not too bad, actually. Draw another one here. Look at that. That is actually not too bad. I think this will actually work. I could go with this. Now look at Silver sleeping on her paw. That's cute. Let's adjust this. There you go. That's even cuter now. Ah, that's adorable. Anyway. Yeah, this might work. Though at this stage, of course, it still doesn't really look like she is properly stepping in the snow. I still gotta improve this. I'm gonna try something. And if I draw some bigger clumps on the bottom, down here. Yeah, that looks better. So let's do it with this layer here on top of everything. Let's have this one be a more continuous thing, while the others are actual clumps. This is basically going to be just a bunch of shifted snow.
I could save my lonely soul for you, but the feeling in my heart can't follow through. You can give your broken heart to me, 'cause you know I'll stay with you. That's why they call me loyalty. Well, I can sing my lonely song for you, but the feeling in my heart can't follow through.
And now, with this paw. Let me drop this with black so I can make sure I am not leaving any gaps uncolored. I'll simply change the color in a bit. Now looks like crap. There we go. Now let's recolor all of this so it actually looks a bit like snow. It will go a lot faster if I make this this brush bigger. There. Yeah, that looks much better. It is very unfinished, so although it looks better, it doesn't look good. Not yet. But yeah, it's a start. And you know what I do always say sometimes? Basics first. And this is a basic. But I need a break. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm going to be wrapping up here for today, everybody. But just so we know where we are at, I think, Silver, could you go over there, please? Thank you very much. I think that for the next time that I work on this, my priority is going to be to make her paws look like they are actually stepping in the snow and, you know, sinking into the snow. Part of that is going to be to actually make this effect around her paws. Either finish what I just started here, or completely redo them, and obviously make them better. And after that, I still feel like those paw prints need some extra work. Whatever extra I do to them, I should probably wait until I am done shading her. So let's not think of the paw prints for the moment. Next time that I work on this, let's focus on these little snow clumps. Snow that has been shifted out of her paws because of her weight. Let's focus on this. And then I think start shading her, I guess. Yeah. And you know what's interesting about shading? Whenever I get to the stage of shading, that means I am nearly finished with the artwork. I still have a lot to do here besides shading, okay? But the fact that I am already talking about shading means that this is getting very close to being finished. And that is a really good thing. At least to me it is. Anyway, let's focus on the effects of the paws here. And from there, then I think shade her. Once I have at least her shaded, not talking about the background, just her. Once I have at least her shaded, then I can actually think of that extra effect on the paw prints to make them look a little more natural in the snow. Anyway, so guys, as I said, that's gonna do it for me for today. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for staying around for this long, especially if you are still here, obviously. Thank you so much for your attention, for your patience. Have a great week. Oh, I did say that I was going to talk about something that should affect my stream schedules very heavily. So let me quickly go over that, because I cannot really give you any details, because right now there's absolutely nothing set on stone yet. But the thing is, as you know, I am unemployed. I have been looking for a job for a very long time, and I have sent dozens of CVs, got no answer. But my brother has a friend who works at this place, which is not exactly a restaurant. It's supposedly just an ice cream parlor. But apparently they work nights as well. So I'm pretty sure it is actually just a restaurant that just happens to serve ice cream during the day. Anyway, point is, he has a friend there who's the manager, and supposedly they have an opening to... I don't really know the position they have open there, but it's basically to help with the kitchen. I am an IT professional. I am a computer technician. I don't even know how to cook. But according to what he told me, it is something that I can do, even though it's very far away from my area. Point is, presumably there might be a job opportunity there, even if just temporary. And that is a good thing. The bad thing about that is that, one, it is really far away from my home. Two, the pay, in comparison to the work hours, the pay, and certainly the job itself, the pay is incredibly awful. But I think the biggest issue that I have with that, which I'm not saying I'm not going to take the opportunity, because I need to earn something as soon as possible. The biggest issue is the work hours. My shifts would be from Tuesday to Sunday, starting at 2 p.m. and ending at 10:30 p.m. in the night. This would completely prohibit me, 100% prohibit me from doing the Gaming Friday, any extra stream on Wednesdays, any extra streams on Saturdays, and it would completely prohibit me from doing the Chill Art Sunday on Sundays as well. In other words, I would be literally forbidden to do any live streams at all. Oh, Mike, but you could do it on Mondays, because yes, Monday supposedly would be a day off. But that is also the only day that I would have that I would have available to do all the important things, like go to the supermarket to buy food, for example, because I would not really have the time to do it on the other days of the week, because working those late hours, I would be very tired when I get home, so I would need to sleep until a little later in the next morning, so I could actually be rested enough to go back to work. So in other words, yeah, exactly, it's horrible hours, and the pay, it's really bad. From what I have been told, the pay is only up to, doesn't start at this amount of money, okay, it's up to only 1,600 reais. And you have to bear in mind, the minimum wage in Brazil is currently sitting at 1,412 reais, I believe it was, and a few cents I think, but anyway, that's the minimum. And I have been told the salary, the pay, the wage on this job is up to 1,600 for a 51-hour week working at a restaurant kitchen job. It's horrible. It is something. It certainly beats not having any money at all. But the work hours, Tuesday to Sunday, 2 p.m. to 10:30 in the night, not being able to do absolutely anything else, man, frankly, I really need to make money as soon as possible, but this is one job that I am not looking forward at all. So what I was talking about earlier when I said that I almost didn't do the Chilled Sunday today is because I have been told that if I said yes to it, they would have a test ready for me to take on this weekend. But I haven't heard anything back, so I didn't go to do that. So if I had done it, then I most likely would not be available to do the stream today. And if I got to be accepted, I would probably start working immediately, which means I would immediately not be able to do absolutely any streams. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but I posted a couple days ago that I have been feeling an actual need to go back to church and go back to Mass. I'm Catholic, okay? I have always been. But I haven't been going to church as I should. I don't know why exactly. I can't really explain. But I started feeling a need to go back to do that. And working this job, I would be unable to go to church even. The only time I would have available to go to church would be Sunday morning. My plans are to go to church on the Saturday evening Mass. I would only have Sunday available, Sunday morning. The problem with that is that, well, I would definitely be very tired from working these crazy hours. So actually get up very early in the Sunday to make it to church and then go to work later, that would be very rough. I'm not sure if I would really be able to actually handle that. Anyway, this job, it is a job, as I said. I need to make money as soon as possible. It is something, even though it pays awfully bad. But man, this is throwing a massive frick, what is the term? It's throwing a massive wrench in my works. If this pay was at least better, like, I don't know, at least 1-800, like up to 1-800, then it would be better, more justifiable for those weird, crazy hours. But no, it's up to 1-600. And I bet I wouldn't even receive this. I bet I would start at this here, or maybe even less than this. Because I have been finding a few job offers that offer up to starting at, 1-400. And there have been even worse ones that only pay up to 1,000. And that is even worse because it's below the minimum wage. Anyway, point is, I still haven't heard anything back from this job, let's say, opportunity. Let's put opportunity in quotations. But if this works out and I end up having to take this job, well, that's going to be the end of my streams, because I will not be able to do any streams at all. I will not have the time. I literally have zero time to do any of this. And this is going to be very bothersome, because live streams, although I barely make any money out of this, it is one way to get a little bit of extra income. So isn't it great when you have a job that forbids you from making extra money on the side? I hate this. Anyway, I'll keep you guys posted if whatever comes out of this job or any other job, because I am still looking for lots of other things. Whatever happens, I will keep you guys posted so you know how much and in which way the new job is going to affect my streams. Because one way or another, streams are going to be affected. Mostly the Gaming Friday, since since Friday is a work day, you know. Hopefully not too bad, but anyway, point is, I'll keep you guys posted. Anyway, so that's going to be it for today, everybody. thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had some fun. Thank you so much for sticking around this long. And until we meet again on the next stream, whenever that is going to be, because I am now not sure if I'm going to be able to stream on the next Wednesday or the next Friday or even the next Sunday. Maybe whatever God wants it to be. Anyway, until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Have a great week. And yeah, until we meet again, have a good one. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Catch you guys in the next one, and hopefully I will see you again very soon. Until then, bye bye. Dream of dragons. See you. Goodbye, Reptane. Goodbye, everybody. Bye bye.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. Go bad and taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment, claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking shifts because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where puzzles lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You've got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on thinking just because you got to be more grand. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. Chin up, don't bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your trips to trash.